Y'all, we got to act like we're doing something else. You ready, Audrey? We'll call the meeting to order. Sorry for the delay. We had a little technical difficulty. In accordance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act, Section 30-4-80E, South Carolina Code 1987 as amended, all the media in the immediate area have been notified of the date, time, location, and agenda of the meeting. We have our prayer by Mr. Govan, followed by the pledge with Mr. Jeffords.
Let's bow our heads. Father, it is again that we come to ask your guidance and direction as we conduct the business of the School Board Association's school board, as we ask for your direction. We ask, God, that you will be sure that we make decisions that are in the best interest of our children and the citizens of Darlington. We ask that you will provide traveling mercies for us as we return back to our respective homes at the end of this meeting. We ask in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We have our general discussion items for tonight. Dr. Newman, I will turn this over to you.
Oh, he's chewing. Mints.
What? Well, we're going to discuss some things.
We are. I had to get rid of a large mint there. Chair Hassler, members of the board, members of our audience. Primary discussion tonight is about the budget for the 25-26 year. And Ms. Renee Douglas will brief the board on kind of where we stand at this point in time. A lot of information has been gathered from the state so far at this point in time. There's been a lot of meetings. We still don't have all the information, but we have more information. We have a little bit clearer picture of what it's looking like and what it's shaping up for next year. So I will turn it over at this point in time to Mrs. Douglas.
Can y'all hear me without the microphone? No? It's gonna be fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Is that working? Still sound? It's on. Hello? I don't hear anything. Okay. I'll talk really loud. Hello? Is that working?
I think.
Okay.
If you talk loud, I can hear it.
Okay, I'll talk loud. Here, that'd be easier. Okay, so to start off with the good news, our IT department found an issue with the ADM calculations that were being transferred to the State Department's system. They have a new system, and I won't pretend to be able to explain the whole thing, but basically it pulls numbers from Power School into EdFi, and then it goes to Podium. So our guys noticed that when they pulled the 135-day ADM numbers, that the weighted pupil unit numbers didn't look right. And they sent me some information, and we both talked about it, and it didn't look right. So they contacted the State Department, and they contacted the IT people with the program. And what they ended up finding was that some of our student data looked like it was going, but it was not populated in the total numbers.
Wow.
Hallelujah. So instead of that 221 student drop in our ADM, and that's the average daily membership, that's not our enrollment, that's y'all know what that is. So instead of 221 drop, we actually had a 97 person drop from last year's 135-day ADM to this year's 135-day ADM. So I don't know what the calculations with the new number are yet, but I am estimating at least $600,000. So instead of that 1.2 million that we lost, we should get back at least half of that for this year, probably a little bit more, but I'm being conservative. And so that's good news. Now, last year, we got the Senate projection numbers with the 135-day ADM numbers used the first week of May. I have my finance roundtable meeting tomorrow in Columbia, where we hope to hear the latest from the legislators, but so hopefully we'll have better numbers. But I've used the new ADM numbers in most of my calculations, so that's great news.
Renee, let me ask you
Yes,
something.
ma'am.
But the 221 was, I thought that was at day 45, and it was a drop from previous year's 135.
It was, but
Okay.
135 last year to 135 this year is only a 97 drop.
Okay.
The 45-day numbers were wrong, and the 135-day numbers that they pushed the first time were wrong. Our guys had to actually go into every single calendar. What it was doing is if anybody who was in a dual, like anybody who was at DCIS or in virtual, it wasn't picking any of those students up when it pushed them. It looked like it was, because the numbers matched, but they were not populated in the totals that it was averaging.
I gotcha.
And that was a great catch on their part. They actually went manually through multiple schools to figure out why the numbers were different when they looked at the weighted pupil units. And when they pinpointed that it was those students, then they called the analysts, and the analysts went in and figured out what it was.
So does that impact other schools? I mean, is the state
Well,
department, they
it
looking
could.
like that?
It
Those-
could, and
Yes.
I sent a bunch of emails to a lot of CFOs and said, you better check these numbers. In our situation, we use a program, I don't remember the name of it, I don't think it's Tracker or Tracking or something, to actually do the schedules for those students, because Power School won't do it for multiple. And we've been using that same program for years, but because of the way that they're pushing the numbers now electronically, there was something in the background that was not checked. So if other school districts are using something similar, and all of them have programs like we do, then they could have. And I send out a lot of emails. We share everything. So I said, yeah.
And just kind of piggyback on this, the state switched over to a new system for the 45th day. It's called Podium.
Yeah.
It's the first time they actually pulled the numbers using this new system. It used to come just from Power School. Actually, it used to be manual.
Yeah, we used to send them
We used to send
paper.
it manually.
Pieces of paper from
And then
Power
it
School.
started being pulled from Power School, which is the student information system. And then for the 45th day, for the first time, they used this new program called Podium. Well, we had,
Didn't talk to it, right?
yeah, we didn't know to question it. We saw the numbers and went, oh my gosh, you all know that conversation we had. And so, we went back to the board with the schools on, let's follow up on students in attendance, right, and truancy and everything else. Well, then we ran the 135th. And again, something just didn't look right. And then we looked at we have an actual portal where we can see the attendance for the district. And we were showing that we had improved a lot on attendance, so something wasn't adding up, right? All of a sudden, it's not attendance like we thought it was, because we had information saying that. And then Power School, Samantha Gainey with Power School said, something's not right, let me start checking. So yeah, they discovered it, and at the State Department, they said that this is something that they were going to have to talk to everybody about, because it wasn't connecting. Podium, the new program, was not picking up our virtual students or the alternative school students.
Well, good job to the
Yep.
folks that
Yeah.
worked
Yep.
on that. So
Absolutely.
what does that make our new 135 ADM?
Got it right here. 8,359.58. Last year's 135 day was 8,456.53, so it's 96.95 less, which is much better than 200 plus. Yep. So, okay, so
And that number does not include 4K either. So-
yeah, that doesn't include our
4K is not in
kindergarten,
that.
because they don't pay us for kindergarten.
So
for
that's
4K,
not
3 and
tracked from an
4K.
ADM standpoint, that's just 5K through 12th
About how
grade.
many 4K kids do we have?
Oh, gosh, 400, between 3 and 4.
4K.
I think it's like between 350 and 400 that we have.
Yeah.
Is that number? We're at about that 88, 50 range totally, so.
So that's the last count that we impact budget.
Okay, so as part of the budget preparation, I've done an analysis of the current year. And as Ms. Hassler pointed out, our fee in lieu was a lot higher, so I inquired about that. It was a lot higher last year, but we had already done the budget prior to receiving those funds. And I did speak to the county officials. There was an industry that had an addition several years ago, and they had a fee in lieu. The fee in lieu agreements, basically, they come in and if they do a big renovation or a new entity like factory or something in an industrial park, they give them a tax break. That's why it's called a fee in lieu. They pay a fee instead of paying taxes. And usually the first few years they don't pay anything, or they pay a very small amount, and then all of a sudden their tax bill comes due and it's a big hit. Well, that's what happened last year and this year, and that was that entity had done a big renovation. Well, I talked to the county administrator and he said, well, you can expect it to go down about 10% per year, because usually it's the highest and then it tapers down over the next 15, 20 years depending on the agreement. Well, I don't have a spreadsheet with all of our fee in lieu people and agreements. I'm not privy to that information. They're going to try to give me some numbers to help me estimate, because right now I'm just looking at year over year revenue analysis. I have an 18-year revenue analysis now. I've got it going, and I use averages when I don't know what the numbers are. So for that reason, I under-projected our fee in lieu numbers for the past 2 years. So I have increased those. I think it was 2.8 last year, and I've increased it to 4.4. So far, we've actually received 4.6 this year. So I'm estimating.
So we get part of the fee?
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Instead of the school tax, that's what we get.
The school tax piece, so, businesses pay taxes,
Yeah.
and the fee in lieu, they don't pay anything at
I
first.
didn't realize that we got part
It
of the fee.
eventually
We get a
they-
piece of the pie.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we don't calculate that, they do. So, I
sure it's
honestly, when we got that number last year, I thought, well, they're going to call me next week and tell me that they put the
They're
number in
taking
the
it
wrong
back.
category and it came from somewhere else, because, I don't have any way of checking, so that's why I asked.
Just out of curiosity, when a company has fee in lieu of, can they determine where they decide to spend that money that they're going to give? In other words, for example, can they decide if they want to give that money to a charter school versus giving it to the public school?
I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not.
I'm just asking, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's been a while since I've read a fee in lieu agreement. I used to have to read them.
charter
but-
schools don't get fee in lieu.
Well, I'm just saying charter school, it could be it could be,
Yeah, you can't designate it.
they can't just.
No, it is part of the taxes that are collected in the assessments.
It
So,
goes to the-
businesses have an assessed value to them, or, also revenues that they have as well. So the tax piece is based off the business, and the fee in lieu is just saying they're not paying taxes,
Yeah.
right, to start off
Understand that.
with. And then eventually they do start paying taxes over time. So we're going to get taxes eventually for every fee in lieu, because eventually they all start paying taxes. But there are different windows and sunsets. So some of them are 10 years, some of them are 20 years, some of them are 30 years. And that's, to Renee's point, we need a spreadsheet showing every fee in lieu and when it comes off, where we're going to get some money so we can project
Yeah.
that money.
But we get the same percentage of that fee in lieu as we would of regular taxes, right?
Not necessarily.
Not
Well, we get the
necessarily?
same percentage based on our tax basis, yes.
Yes.
But not the
Yes.
same millage rate.
Right.
It would be a different rate. And it's all legal. I mean, anyway, I have to go back and do some fee in lieu refresher courses. I used to have to deal with it when I was at the city. It is not an exact science, I will tell you that. And therefore, and I talked to the county administrator this morning, actually, and last week, and I said, look, if y'all can come up with something, I know it won't be today, but if you could come up with some way to help me project, it would be greatly appreciated, because the crystal ball method doesn't always work. Our millage also, and go back to current revenues, I've done a current revenue and expenditure, and we're above on the revenues and expenditures, but I'm still projecting a $3 million surplus. So we're still okay, but we're over budget expenditure-wise and revenue-wise. Expenditure-wise, some of that's, we don't ever budget bonuses, and some of that's, we've had increase in population of our special ed kids, and that costs more. We have to add people. So we are doing a full analysis of all the expenditures. This budget process is a work in progress daily until we get it passed and then some. So we're looking at contracts to make sure the right amounts are in there, utilities, any operations. Mr. Schuler and I have been through that budget with a fine-tooth comb, and we keep going through it. So, we're still in the process of working on the expenditures, but we start with the revenues. So I look at current revenues to make sure that I take current revenues to project next year's revenues. Our millage, our CPI this year is 2.95%, and we actually, for the first time since I've been here, had a 0.08% population growth. No idea. So that gives us a 3% increase in our millage, which comes to 6.31 mils. So I have incorporated the 6.31 mil increase into my numbers, as we always do. And we talked about the fee and lieu. So
one thing just to add real quickly, based off the strategic plan goals, we said that we would be within a 2.5% variance one way or the other, below or above budget. And that $3 million that she just talked about puts us right at that 2.5%. So, you're going to be at that variance some way. Some years it's going to be below, some years it's going to be above. But at this point in time, we're tracking. I know it sounds like a lot, but it's actually within the 2.5% that's in our strategic plan.
yeah, it has been as much as 7. Anyway, it's not, like I said, it's not an exact science. I like for it to be closer than that, but 3 million isn't too far off the mark. For our state revenues, right now I'm using the House Ways and Means projections, but those are based on our bad 45-day ADM numbers, so I've bumped that number up by 600,000 just to kind of give me an idea. I expect to get some numbers, as I said, from Senate numbers. I expect to get those numbers sometime in the next week. I know they're through with their deliberations and they were finishing up some stuff this week. We got a notification this morning. Right now, they haven't changed a whole lot that I've seen. We still have a 4.6% projected increase in insurance premiums. Instead of passing the increase on to the employees, they decided to give it to the employers. They kind of snuck that in there at the bottom. Last year it was 11.8%, this year it's 4.6%, so they still haven't passed that. That's pending passing. For salaries, they're still hitting the $1,500 per sale as their projected salary increase for teacher pay. So what we did was we took the state minimum with the $1,500 per sale increase, and we did several scenarios. We did a 2% over our current salary scale because we were already above state minimum. We did a 2% above our salary scale and compared it. Then we did a 3% above our salary scale and compared it. And then we did an across the board $1,500 every sale to all of our current scales. And honestly, the third version to me is really the only logical way to go, because with the first two, not only does it cost us a lot more money, some people aren't going to get a $1,500 increase. And the State Department's already advertised a $1,500 increase. So we've included in our projections the $1,500 per sale for every scale. Now, they've said they're doing away with the bachelor's plus 18 level of the scale, but we can't really do away with it. And in all the meetings I've been in, we've announced, how do you do away with it? They're not taking it off of the teacher's certificates. So we've created the bachelor's plus 18 based on the difference in their scales last year, and we're going on because we have a lot of people on bachelor's plus 18. We can't just drop them off. And so they haven't given any guidance on that. So I'm hoping at the meeting tomorrow they've gotten some answers on that question, because no one seemed to know what the answer was. But everybody that I know is continuing with the bachelor's 18 scale until we have better intel.
And so one of the questions we've asked is, are we going to get the funding for that, right? Are they going to give us
Yeah.
the $1,500 for
Yeah.
bachelor's plus 18?
Well, because they haven't said
And there's
where to
no
put
clear
these
answer.
people.
Yeah.
You can't go back.
Yeah.
They're actually funding the $1,500 per
Yes.
sale?
Well, they're supposed to.
Well, they're
Yeah.
supposed to.
Yeah,
We'll-
they're supposed
we'll-
to.
we'll
That's
get to that
another,
part in a
that's a
second.
whole nother slideshow. Okay.
Technically, yes, they are.
Yeah, they are supposed to. So we did that, and I've got the cost calculated. We also, for all other salaries, we did a 2% calculation and a 2.5% calculation. Because a $1,500 per sale increase at the bachelor's level gives them about a 3% increase. And then their steps, you know, you always get a step increase for each year you've had service. Their steps aren't equal. They're all over the place. So it's going to be a 3 to 4.5% depending on where you are on the scales. The State Department scales, anyway, I have no rhyme or reason for how they do them, but anyway. Our scales are all steps or 2% or 1.5%. So we calculated a 2% base increase, so we would have a 3.5 to 4% increase for all other employees, because we're going to have a 3 to 4.5% increase for the teacher scale. That's how we usually do it.
I guess
if
it's
we
just
have the
teachers that
funds.
you're talking about, the $1,500?
The 1,500 is the teachers, yeah.
Oh, okay. And then everybody else, you said you did a scenario of 2 and 2.5.
2 and 2.5, yeah. Which is
So we-
typically what we do.
So now, when you say everybody else, are you
All
talking about classified
All
and
classified.
certified? Or
All
just- or
classified,
classified,
no.
not certified?
Anybody that's certified that's on the teacher
That's
scale
what
is
we
going to
on
get the
teacher scale. Yeah, that's why I
$1,500.
said, I don't mean certified.
Yeah, classified.
Classified.
Yes, sir. Classified and administrative. Everybody. We, you know, that can be adjusted, but that's how we usually do it. We
Then we
usually.
would have to pay for that.
Yes.
So, the dollar amount for those items, for the $1,500 increase for our certified staff, with the fringe and with the step increase, is $2,276,000. And the 2.5% increase for all others with fringe and a step is 1.3 million, 1,319,000. All this is pending what revenues we get, you know, the projected revenues and that balances out. Ideally, they're supposed to give us the $1,500 for the teachers. Now, I don't know if y'all have had a conversation about the disparity in the funding formula that has recently come up, but there are discussions about the fact that the charter schools are getting a lot more money than traditional schools, and so there's been a lot of meetings. So I'm hoping that tomorrow we're going to hear what, if anything, they're going to try to do to correct that.
And just, again, just to talk about that money amount for a second.
Yeah.
There's $315 million in new money that the state is giving for potentially raises for this $1,500 for all the teachers in the state. Traditional school districts are getting 85 of that 315, and the charter schools are getting the rest. So
85% or 85 million?
85 million.
Because charter schools pay their teachers less, so they're having more to make up for?
No, there's no explanation.
What's the?
There's no explanation.
There's no explanation.
Well, there
We got
there
a
is,
cop-
there's
we
kind of an
got a copy of a
explanation.
slideshow, but we
Yeah.
haven't seen the presentation, but the guy who made
Yeah.
or the person who made the slideshow is one of the agenda items on my meeting tomorrow.
Yep.
So I'm curious to hear what this is.
But just to, they added a weighting. They gave the charter schools additional weightings for their students this year. So that came out of nowhere, okay? So the, you know, we have weightings for students for, like, our special needs students have a higher weighting than our regular education student.
career and technology students have a weighting that's different than regular ed students. They also have a weighting for students that are charter school students, and they have increased that weighting drastically this year. And so we're waiting for explanations about who and why, but the superintendents, there was a call last week with all the superintendents in the state about this. There have been lots of meetings going on with legislators and everybody else. We need to make sure that the board knows this, because our legislators need to know this as well, that there's a disparity in the funding formula at this point in time and how it's calculating, because we should get $1,500 for every one of our teachers, but because of this disparity, we're not. And it appears that it's because the charter school districts are getting more money from a percentage standpoint, obviously, than we are. There's talk about an increase in students, but it's not one-to-one in any way, shape, or form. So the CFO group will talk about that tomorrow. The superintendents talked about it this past week, but you all need to know that that's out there.
What percentage of our public schools are charter schools?
Well, as far as the percentage, you talking about the percentage of students that we
No,
have, or
just in
percent
general.
schools?
Like, I mean, 15% of the schools are charter schools, or?
Well, we have to go by student numbers. We
Yeah.
need to go
Well,
by the
it's
number
more
of
than 20,
students.
I mean, it's more than, or it's not at 75%, which is
It's
about
not,
what that.
correct, it's not even close.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, I mean, here,
I don't even hesitate to give you a number yet. I'm not sure what their total enrollment is, but it's not close to the disparity that we're seeing in these numbers right now.
You guys are investigating it.
Yep. So anyways, we needed to roll that out, because that is affecting our money at this point in time and what we can pay for teachers.
Let me ask you a question. With classified people, how competitive are we in terms of other surrounding districts, one, and two, for example, plumber, or plumber, electrician?
Odd that you should ask, Mr. Govan, because
That's why we're smiling.
I did my own personal salary study this year. It started out with Mr. Schuler and I talking about our maintenance and different groups, not just maintenance. We have several groups that constantly question
And
their pay.
that's why I raised the question, because I've been asked the same thing.
I took the ADM list and I picked out the 8 districts that were as close to size to us. And my initial request was, what are your scales for these 3 groups? Well, then I started getting more information, so finally I just did them all. So I actually did that. It took a lot of time, but I did it, and I shared it with the other 8 groups. I did not share it to publish it. I'm not certifying the numbers, and I don't want to get into all that, but we were very comparative. In fact, there was only one, the larger district in the group was the only one. I gave my results to Mr. Schuler to compare his people. I looked at food service because I'm over them. I looked across the board. There were only 1 or 2 areas that we're looking at, and they were we weren't way off the mark. So the salary study that we had done 4.5, 5 years ago, it was pretty true to scale. I did not compare us to our next door neighbor, because they're a lot larger than us, and we shouldn't compare to them, be honest with you. I compared to 8 different districts that were very similar in size. Some of them were a little bit smaller and some of them were a little bit bigger. And the other CFOs loved the fact that I shared the information with them too, so.
speaking of our neighbors next door, with the 1,500, I mean, are we still going to be able to maintain the highest starting teacher salary in the PD
Well, I don't know what they're planning on doing, so I'm not sure about that.
I mean, is that our goal? Is that what we?
Well, I mean, we can make it our goal, but, I don't know what they're doing yet. They haven't advertised that yet.
So as soon as we see the monies and how they shake out,
Yeah.
and then see the other side of the equation of what other people are doing around us, we'll be able to answer that question.
Yeah,
But as a goal,
we can
that
do
would be
other
our intent.
scenarios. We can do,
Yep.
I mean, we just looked at, I looked at the spreadsheets, and not everybody was getting 1,500 when we used the percentage, and I said, that's not gonna fly, because, you know, and then we pay, you know, the state scale stops at, I think, 28 now years, and we keep going. So we actually pay a lot more than state minimum, especially for the upper.
Well, I know we've always prided ourselves. Can you see, I mean, can you see it as a recruitment? I mean, does that continue to be a strong recruitment?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
And we'll know more as soon as people start, and I might know tomorrow.
Yep.
You know, a lot of times they'll ask, you know, what are you planning on doing with your scale? So we're already above state minimum, so we would still be well above the state minimum just by doing the 1,500.
Back to the plumbers and electricians point, though.
Yeah.
This is another conversation
Yeah.
that we've been having internally with Mr. Schuler's group, but also some of the other specialty areas in the district. But, you know, we have a cap currently in the district on experience levels for people coming in from the outside. And it was set up for, and this was part of the salary study we did, so everything was kind of vetted through that process. But it was set up so somebody that had comparable experience, but maybe not identical experience from a different industry, didn't come in and make more money than our people that we currently had in the district doing the jobs. So there was
And
this.
it's common practice.
It is. I mean, school districts do this all over. What we have found since then is when you know, comparable's one thing, but identical experience is another thing. And what we have found is, for example, if you were a plumber in a neighboring district, you know, our rule is to cap it at 8 years. Well, you could have been 20 years in a neighboring district as a plumber and be at year 20, yet the way we had it set up is you would be capped at 8. So what we are recommending now is that for identical experience, school district experience, or if you're an electrician working in a similar... As an electrician, and we're hiring you as an electrician, we would like to move away from that cap for those types of skills and those types of hard-to-find folks, because we lose a lot of people that apply for jobs because they can't get all their experience from somewhere else. Here's another example. If somebody was, let's say, a data manager in another school district.
In a South Carolina school.
In a South Carolina school district. You know, we want to be able to, if they've done it 20 years, I don't think anybody's going to be upset if they come in and they say, I've been doing the same job you're doing for 20 years. Where it gets off the rails is, well, I used to work in the airline industry and I did something similar to data management, so that's what doesn't fly. So we're saying if it's identical to school district experience that we want to remove the cap.
But Tim, I think this was several years ago, probably before you came actually. We had people, let's for example, cafeteria, who would come, let's say, from Shoney's.
Correct.
To school district.
And that's why we have the cap in place.
Yeah.
But that's
right.
not, that's a different world.
That's comparable,
Yeah.
but not identical.
Yeah.
We're saying identical, take the cap off. So if you come from Shoney's, we're going to give, and you've been there 15, we're going to give you 8 years experience.
Well, it's 10, actually.
Or 10, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you come from another school district with the same amount of experience, we're going to give you one-to-one experience for that, because that's different. You know, that's because we have a hard time recruiting.
They have a lot of different rules for USDA rules and cafeteria, and I mean, it's.
But at one, and I understand that, but at one point we were having problems with people, with getting people for that same reason.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A lot of districts cap at 7 years. We use 10. Now, it would be on HR to make sure that we're consistent across the board if we lift the cap for one-to-one experience. And Mr. Schuler worked up a rubric, we were just working, see what we could do. So, you know, there's a rubric. If you were an electrician and you had this experience or this certification or this, and this, then they would have something to go by to make sure that we're being fair across the board. But
So,
it is.
so do we cap, like as they go up in their pay scale within the district, do they stop getting increases at 10 years?
No.
Okay.
They-
This is just
once
coming
they-
in from
it's
the
just
outside.
coming in from the outside.
Coming in from, we have a conversion chart for our scales, and if level 4 was 10 years of experience, when we converted all of our people, then they start at level 4, and then they move up as they go.
I gotcha.
But, we've had instances where people came from I had an instance where I had people personally come from another school district, and all I had to do was give them a password. They knew the account structure, they knew everything we were doing, but I had to cap that person at 10 years. And I've lost several, we've lost several employees in different areas because of that. We've lost quite a few in maintenance because of that. I mean, if you're a plumber, you're a plumber. Electrician's an electrician. But, we've learned from the salary study. We've learned, it was great, and we had something put in place, but we found some of the flaws in it that we need to correct. So that's one of them. So for my initial projection, and this is pending getting numbers, right now, I'm at 131 million for our general fund budget, which is substantially more. It's like, it's actually only $5 million more than what our revenue is currently projected to be. So it's not that much bigger, but that is using the House Ways and Means numbers, the numbers that I know, and then the estimates based on projections. So, but in the next week, that number could change. I've included the $1,500 per sale and a step with fringe. I've included the 2.5. If we go down to 2%, that number drops $578,000. I've included the health insurance, and then you've already approved, there's some positions in special ed that had to be added because of student counts. And right now, I've got a surplus of $1.3 million. And I think Dr. Newman handed you a request list of
FTEs.
2-point-something
Yep.
million dollars.
Yes. So just to kind of summarize, the special needs positions are already accounted for that we talked about at the last regular board meeting that we had to implement because our numbers have grown and the class sizes have grown. So after that, we have approximately
$1.3 million that we're projecting in excess revenues. I have today, yep. I have, a list of FTEs that's almost $2.2 million. These are requests, by the way. These are requests. And so, whether, from a priority standpoint, I will tell you from my stance, I've mentioned the middle school interventionists over and over. I think that really has hurt our middle schools by not having those interventionists. That is part of the strategic plan that we had information in there as far as, I believe, Ms. Thompson, you had asked about what did the strategic plan ask at one of the meetings, and interventionists were in there. So I think our test scores could benefit from having math and ELA interventionists in those buildings. The next piece I've got on here, the bus monitors for transportation. That is another one that I would, that is a high priority. We currently do not have monitors on buses. The state at one time was about to require them, and then they didn't require them, and they highly recommend them. But for example, our special needs buses, it is a very difficult situation with our special needs buses. Those are high need areas for bus monitors.
Bus monitors even on the special needs buses
No.
at this time, not in any of our buses.
We have put a few in. when we have had issues. But overall, we have not had a plan in place, and most school districts have moved to this because of, quite frankly, because of liability reasons. And so that dollar amount is for approximately, I believe it's for 20 bus. 20 part-time bus monitors. We'd like to incorporate some of our TAs possibly on this, to where they're already working in the buildings with our kids. And, you know, we would rather see them be able to get the additional monies to do this in addition to their job that they're doing. They would be able to get extra part-time money for this.
How do you decide what buses they're on?
Special needs bus.
Just the special
Yeah,
needs buses?
yeah, right out of the gate, special needs buses is what we're talking about. So, but there would also be a handful of these 20 that would be available to put on other high-priority buses as we identified them. I think the principals, and I know Mr. Thomas would be very grateful for us moving in this direction with this. So that is another.
You think we have any trouble finding these 20 people to do this?
I do. Yeah, I do. I think that's always the challenge, is that, you know, you're going to have some people that jump on it pretty quickly, because it could possibly push some folks into overtime. You know, so you would have some folks that would be very interested in it, but they also got to start their morning, you know, early. So, you know, especially with our special needs buses, they're typically the first ones out and the last ones to get back. So it's a long day. It's a long day. So you'd be on a bus in the morning, work all day with the kids, and then be on a bus late. But it's a pretty good pop extra in money too. So, but if we at least initiate it and put it out there, we can see how many of our internal folks would be willing to do this, and then we can start the campaign to try to get people hired, you know, that are not with us currently to do this.
So you said the special education line item, is that the one that you said is?
It's already
That's the one that's already incorporated,
Yep,
okay.
Yep.
So that wasn't something else? Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, that's a good point, because my total of 2.175 includes the special needs 400 that was in there.
So the 1.3 is really more like, we got 1.8-ish?
Yeah.
And to work with?
Yes.
In requests?
Compared to the 2.1 total. You know, I'll point out, for example, law enforcement, all three agencies came to me and have, you know, presented to both Mr. Schuler and I and Captain Nelson about additional needs for equipment, as far as cars and bulletproof vests and radios and all these other things. We have a small amount we give to them every year for equipment, but they're just saying that their costs have increased so much. And so I told them I would bring it to the board as a request, you know, that would be, this is for all of our SROs, that dollar amount would be for all the SROs in the request. And that would also include the raises that we're talking about, based off of the 2% or 2.5% for classified we were talking about as well. That number includes that for the SROs. So, yep. So
do we have any choice on what about the raises for the SROs? Is that a?
We have contract.
Yep.
They sign the contract, we sign the contract, so, you know, whatever we agree to, but, you know.
Yeah, we've typically tried to make sure to, over the past few years, to give them a raise when we give our employees a raise.
Because the agency actually pays them, but we pay the agency for salary and fringe. So, I mean, the hourly amount we pay is supposed to cover our percentage of their salary and fringe.
So we're fairly close here. I mean, honestly.
We're about
We're a
$300,000.
lot
Yeah.
closer than I thought we were gonna be,
Yeah.
and like I said, it changes hourly, so.
Maybe that 600,000 we get back will make
Well,
the
I put the
difference.
600 in
Oh,
here,
okay.
so if it's more than 600, then it'll be gravy, but, you know,
I will mention the workforce development position. I think you all know that Dr. Flowers, her role continues to expand with the programs that we have in the district. She's got the Key to Career, she's got the Ascend program that is all 8th graders started this year, and then we started the Career Time Tuesday this year. We had a half-time position helping her, but again, she's got the career fair tomorrow. For example, the first career fair that we've ever done in the school district for our students and for the public that we're doing tomorrow at Coker. So, great ad, but we continue to grow these initiatives, and I think we need to continue to support them. She has asked, instead of for a .5 position, for a full-time position, so it would be going from a part-time that we currently have to a full-time. So it's only a .5 to add to that, to help, again, support our workforce development initiatives that we have.
At one time, the Economic Development Group was talking about funding a position, but it was going to be with their team. It wasn't
Yes.
going to be one within our district.
Right.
So we can't really rely on them to provide funding toward this. If they do it, they want to control the person, right? They want them to be on their team.
Yep.
And probably for the best,
Yep.
for it to be that way.
Yeah, and I would say, in fairness to Dr. Flowers, we added the .5 position this past year, and that was before we started every 8th grader in Ascend and before we started Career Time Tuesday. We anticipated the growth, right? We anticipated it would help with these initiatives. We had no idea that we were going to have every 8th grader until we got with the workforce development program. So,
And it's a highly impactful program.
yep. Any
Yeah,
other
can you
questions?
speak to the, and why are we so far behind on paid? I mean, just looking at that line item, I mean, how do we get, that's a lot coming
So
in.
these are requests. So, you know, we asked our principals to give us their wish list, and so they would feel like that this would really help. But I think, I do think the principal would be very comfortable with any of the positions being added. She said, I understand I need to at least ask, so.
If you don't ask, the answer
And so there
is
would be there would be a priority order of those
Yeah.
positions.
And then also, I mean, I'm looking at these interventionists at the different elementary schools,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the year after we cut back on these positions because we didn't have the
Right.
monies.
Right.
So, I guess I mean, I understand their requests, but if we don't have the monies, we don't have the monies.
I'm actually sort of impressed, though, that I mean, it makes me think that that the way you guys restructure things actually has worked pretty well, if this is what they've asked for, because they're not all begging for us to add a bunch of people back.
Right.
Like, there's a pretty relatively, reasonable request here. I mean, so I think that says something about how well you guys did in that change, and how well they've managed it, honestly.
So like Lamar High Restored English Teacher, they have the numbers they need.
Yeah, and that helps with the scheduling standpoint. I think, when you're in a smaller school setting, it's really difficult to schedule. And having another core teacher gives them more choices of courses. So between all the English teachers there, you can offer more courses and more sections of courses. So it does help from a scheduling standpoint.
I guess I'm going back to the intervention schools, because I'm seeing elementary schools that are struggling. I mean, like, we've got Thornwood Hill with no requests.
Yeah.
And
Because they have a lot of interventionists already.
Because they have the extra
Because
money.
they have the extra money. So, I think it's fair to point out, all of these schools that have interventionists, other than the middle schools, they currently have interventionists. They're asking for additional ones, for example, to split up K2 and 3-5, instead of having somebody do all K5. So these additional ones that you're seeing are where they're asking, it's some of our larger elementary schools, and they're trying to split some things up.
And these are general fund personnel requests.
Yes.
So just about everybody has requested some sort of capital needs from Mr. Schuler's group, but that's a different fund. That's not funded with the general fund, so.
Are any of these in our Title I that could come through our Title I funding?
Well, at this point in time, we have maximized the Title I, and we don't know what the future looks like at this point, because some people are saying that we'll have less Title I money, some people are saying we'll have more Title I money. We really won't know that until early fall of what that looks like.
To me, this looks really close. I mean, we don't even have the actual, like, final, I mean, we're $400,000. If you funded all of this, we're like $300,000 or $400,000 off. So, I mean, are you asking us to do anything with this? I mean,
No,
we can just wait and see how it all shakes out?
We wanted to be able to show you where we are.
Okay.
That's really what this is about, is that here is, first and foremost, from the high level of how much money do we think we're going to have for a budget for next year. This is what we think that budget number is going to be. This is what we intend as far as raises, potential raises for all of our employees. And then this is also what we think for potential requests that people have asked for. Again, every year, we do not fund all the requests. You know, you have to prioritize. But at the same time, our principals know as well, if they don't ask, there's never a chance to get anything.
Absolutely.
So some have some very large capital asks instead of personnel asks. So, you know, they have some large requests for their buildings. But again, Mr. Schuler and his team is going through that, and that'll be something we come back to you with also. It's not part of the general fund discussion, but we will come back to you and say, here are the requests that we had from the schools for capital needs as well.
None of these seem like unreasonable requests. They seem to be something that actually will affect the education of our kids, really.
Absolutely.
That's right. What facility is CIA
That is Curriculum and Instruction Department.
department?
That is Dr. Nichols' department.
Curriculum, instruction, and assessment is the A.
And I know we have talked about in curriculum instruction, especially from the K-5 standpoint, more support in helping, because we're starting to see better movement and momentum that we really wanted to be able to try to maintain that. So I know you would be able to speak to that, Dr. Nichols.
Differentiate some of that support between elementary and secondary.
Dr. Nichols, you got to bring that,
I'm sorry.
you know, you got to bring that teacher voice
Sorry,
back up
I
here.
can't
Hear
teacher
her when
voice.
I'm sitting beside her.
So I said, to differentiate some of those elementary skills versus secondary, because it is two different skill sets. As a person who's been at all three levels, thinking about some of our high schools with U.S. history specifically and biology, and being able to concentrate more on those skills and the prerequisite skills, and then also for the movement in elementary with the new math standards. So I think that it would be, and tying our multi-tier system of support, because elementary is really, if we can get them on track in elementary, we know that by middle and high school, we're going to have better outcomes. And I did want to answer, you asked about Title I. We did in our meetings ask about that and kind of steered the best that we could of use the money for people the most that you can instead of stuff. So we did try to, if we noticed there was more stuff on one side, to say, you know, is this a person that you might be able to afford? So I think that the principals really took that to heart and tried to look at that on how they could spend their money maybe a little differently.
Okay.
Good.
Anybody else got any more questions?
Thank you for all your work, Renee. You're amazing.
All right, and that was the primary focus that I had for the work session was basically a budget work session. So you all were aware of where we stood. Again, we still have some information to receive from the State Department. We still, I think the legislators hopefully will take a look at the funding disparity between the charter schools and the regular school districts and try to make that a little bit more equitable as far as how much we're going to be funded. We'll keep you posted on that. That's going to be soon. I mean, legislators are going to be done within the next couple of weeks, it looks like. So, but we feel good about when we come back to you for a first reading that, and of course, we will have all that information ready for you before the meeting of what we're going to present for first reading. So you'll have that in advance. You'll be able to see everything. Today was just more about saying, hey, here are all the pieces and components of it.
So we have to do first reading in May, right? The first meeting of May. So our next
We
meeting we'll
have
do
done
first reading.
in May with no information from
Right.
the State Department.
Well, just so that our new folks
Yeah,
understand the
yeah.
process
Yeah,
and everything. Like the first reading will be in May and then you'll continue to update and revise and provide us with more.
Yeah, we can
information.
revise
We
it
have to have public meetings.
Until the second, we have to pass it before June 30th. So we have had to, before, delay it and have a special call meeting, but we try not to do that. As long as we have to pass it, by law, we have to pass it by June 30th.
So we'll do first reading the first meeting of May and second reading the first
Second
meeting
reading
of
in
June. Unless there's some sort of surprise.
All right, anything else?
Ms. Hassler, I did want to tell you there's 104 charter schools in the state.
And they're about is it,
It's about 1.5-ish per
yeah,
district.
yep, per district, yep.
Okay. All right, I'll take a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss contractual matters.
Well, I'm more specific here.
Oh, personnel matters?
Personnel matters and employment matters.
Okay, employment matters.
Kind of get a second.
Second.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We'll move into it. I'll take a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're out of executive session. I'll entertain any motions that we need to make coming out of executive session.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, I move that we authorize the board chair to execute an employment contract with Dr. Matthew Ferguson as superintendent of Darlington County School District effective July 1st, 2025. Said contract having been prepared by the district's attorneys and reviewed by all members of the board, and providing for a 3-year term of employment through June 30th, 2028, at an annual salary of $210,000.
Can I get a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.